Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you
Good
very
morning,
much.
Chair.
Morning,
Morning, Paul.
morning, honorable members. May we start the meeting? I'd like to request that we observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. May I request that whilst we show our faces, we request the agenda to be taken. May I have a mover for adoption?
Damase moves.
Thank you. Seconder?
Personal second.
Thank you very much. So we may then proceed. May I then request that we, you've taken it out completely quickly, Shirin? Thank you. So our approach this morning is going to be largely the briefing on the traditional Khoi-San leadership bill and then go through a discussion. Thereafter, we will go into the parliamentary oversight model, and that should take us to the way forward. May I then, at this point, welcome excuse me, the team from the ministry. I've not quite seen if the minister is personally present. I see the DG is here. I haven't seen the deputy minister. I'm not sure if it's me missing him on the screen. If the minister or deputy minister are present, they could indicate, lead the team. Otherwise, DG, you have to take over. May we welcome the team from the ministry and from the department to table the presentation for us. Thank you very much. If minister or deputy minister are here, alternatively the DG. I think DG you should take over. Then let's proceed. We will get the minister or deputy whenever they are available. Director General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, good morning. We will be led, with your permission, Honorable Chair, by our Deputy Director General, Meshko Kim Khaladi, the presentation, and then we'll step in terms of discussions afterwards. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, DDG. Khaladi, please come through.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, and DG and colleagues in the meeting. It is quite a long presentation, but because it was circulated, I'll take it as read, so I won't go through all the details in each slide. And in terms of the outline of the presentation, as we were advised by the Secretariat of the committee, we have done a chapter by chapter presentation. So we will be taking the committee through the chapters of the bill. And the purpose of our presentation is to brief the committee on the bill. And the first in this slide, it is what the honorable members are familiar with, the content of this slide. Suffice to say that after the Constitutional Court judgment ruled that the bill or the current act is unconstitutional, and having given Parliament 24 months to enact a new statute, in 2025, we could see that timeline of the 29th of May 2025 could not be met. So the ministry then approached the Constitutional Court for a further extension of 24 months, and the Constitutional Court has granted that extension, and therefore Parliament will have until 29 May 2027 to finalize the processing of the bill. And we drafted the bill, and it was taken through the process of public comments or requesting public comments in terms of section 1542 of the Constitution. And we received 134 written submissions. Through that process, we therefore then amended the bill to incorporate those comments. The public comments that we received were coming from traditional leadership, civil society organization, academia, research institution, Chapter 9 institutions, many organizations representing the Khoi-San communities, and the applicants in the Constitutional Court case on the act. And we analyzed all the comments, and we realized that most of the inputs or the comments that we received were already included in the bill. But there were some inputs that were not included in the bill, but they were outside the mandate of COCTA and outside the scope of the bill. And this included issues on land restitution, there must be clauses in the bill. Those are the comments that we received, that the bill must have clauses that provide for land restitution, that provide land restitution for the Khoi-San, that provides for free education for the Khoi-San, and for recognition of the Khoi-San languages, mineral rights for the Khoi-San, First Nation status for the Khoi-San. And the substantive comments, which were not in the current act and are now in the bill and relevant to the COCTA mandate, were all included in the bill, and they include inclusion of enabling clauses for the statutory recognition of Khoi-San kingships, queenships, kings and queens, and the queenship councils. And that the bill must also, instead of the 1/3 women representation in the houses, in the councils, it must have 50% women representation in the structures of traditional leadership. And also the inclusion of youth and people with disabilities in the members of statutory structures of traditional leadership. And we also received comments on inclusion of clauses that will strengthen community participation in the decision-making of traditional and Khoi-San leadership councils, inclusion of clauses to strengthen public accountability mechanisms for statutory structures. Most of these comments in this regard, they included that these structures, because they are also funded by public funds, they must also have strategic plans, annual performance plans, annual reports, so that members of the public will then have a sense of the work that they do. And also proportional representation in the houses of traditional and Khoi-San leadership, mandatory documentation and submission of customary laws of succession and genealogies by royal families to the minister and relevant premiers to address issues of disputes, and also strengthening accountability. I think this one we're repeating. And then executive, the process that we followed in processing this executive bill, we obtained a socio-economic impact assessment certification from the presidency. We also took the bill through all the processes before it goes to cabinet, that is the FOSAT processes, and the bill was then presented to the Governance, State Capacity and Institutional Development Cabinet Committee on the 4th of November 2025, and it was approved by Cabinet on the 12th of November for 2025 for submission to Parliament. And we subsequently received Office of the Chief State Law Advisor certification of the bill as being constitutionally compliant in February. And as members may be aware, we then submitted a notice of intention to introduce the bill to Parliament, which was published in a government gazette on the 26th of February. And on the 21st of April, the bill was introduced to Parliament and referred to the committee. In terms of the purpose of the bill, it is among others to provide for the recognition of traditional and Khoi-San communities, leadership positions, and also for withdrawal of such recognition, and also providing for establishment functions, roles, administration, all the governance of all those statutory structures, and also providing for establishment of the houses of traditional and Khoi-San leadership at national, provincial, and local government level. And it also continues in this slide in terms of the objectives. They are for the recognition of the leaders, the communities, and the institution, and it repeals the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act of 2003, the National House Act of 2009, but also the current act, which is the Traditional and Khoi-San Leadership Act, so that we have an integrated approach in dealing with all matters relating to traditional and Khoi-San affairs, enhancing the uniform manner in which matters relating to the institution are dealt with in the country, and also addressing the legal uncertainties and gaps that we have identified in the 3 pieces of legislation, but most importantly, in the Traditional and Khoi-San Leadership Act, as we have been implementing it in the past 4 or so years. And it also amends the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. In this regard, we are including the Khoi-San in this particular legislation or the laws that are administered by the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. It also amends the Municipal Structures Act, in particular Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act. The main principles of the bill, here we just repeating the Constitutional Court judgment, and I will therefore on 6.1, it's what the members are aware of. And then we are providing in this particular slide the differences between the 2019 Act, which is the current Act, and the bill. And with the 2019 Act, we were referring to 5-year terms of office of traditional and Khoi-San leadership structures that had ended in 2022. And that every year thereafter, then the terms of office of these structures would then end every 5 years, calculated from that particular month in 2022. So therefore, we changed the 2022 dates because now those terms of reference, terms of office, will then be calculated from 2027. That is after Parliament has finalized the bill and enacted a new law. So we also included several transitional provisions, which we are taking into account the implementation of the 2019 Act, so that whatever that has been done in terms of or implemented and achieved in terms of the 2019 Act, we do not lose that. So we have those transitional provisions. And in 2022, the ministry tabled the Traditional Affairs General Amendment Bill at that time. But then after the Constitutional Court judgment, we then withdrew that particular bill, so that whatever that we were, or the provisions that were in the Traditional Affairs General Amendment Bill, will then be included in this current bill. And there were just few grammatical errors that we have now corrected in this bill, and which were corrected through the Traditional Affairs General Amendment Bill. So that particular bill was withdrawn. And in terms of the main principles in the bill, we are introducing it mainly those comments or inputs that we received from the public comments process in terms of Section 1542 of the Constitution. So it introduces the recognition of Khoi-San kinships, queenships, and Khoi-San kings and queens. And it also establishes the Khoi-San kingship and queenship councils. This, as the members may be aware, they are not in the current act, which is the Traditional and Khoi-San Leadership Act. So they are now included in this bill. And we have 50% representation of women, as I indicated, a representation of youth and people with disabilities. We have clauses that then includes them. We have also clauses that are strengthening community participation in traditional and Khoi-San leadership councils, where in terms of the decisions that these councils are taking, there will be those community meetings where, for instance, if it is a partnership with any other stakeholder, where communities now will be actively involved in that process of the council entering into a partnership with any other stakeholder. We have also clauses that are strengthening public accountability mechanisms, like issues of strategic plans, annual performance plans, and reports. And we have proportional representation in the houses of traditional and Khoi-San leadership determined by a minister through a formula. We also have mandatory documentation of customary laws of succession and genealogies, As members may be aware, we are struggling with the issue of disputes, traditional leadership disputes, and it is because it is not mandatory for them to have these customary laws of succession and genealogies documented. So in this particular bill, it is making it now mandatory for this customary laws and genealogies to be documented and submitted to the premier and to the minister. And we have these chapters in the bill. Chapter 1 is interpretation, application principles. Chapter 2 is the longest chapter. It talks to traditional and Khoi-San leadership and governance, traditional communities, Khoi-San communities, traditional and Khoi-San leaders, and the councils. And chapter 3 is about the houses of traditional and Khoi-San leaders, the national, the provincial, and the local houses. Chapter 4 is the Commission on Khoi-San Matters. Chapter 5 are the general provisions such as the regulations, the delegations, and the transitional arrangements. And it also includes the schedules of the bill, starting with Schedule 1, which is the code of conduct for members of houses and councils, and also for the individual traditional leaders, traditional and Khoi-San leaders across all levels. Schedule 2 is that before they take, before they commence, the members of those houses, they will then take an oath or affirmation. And Schedule 3 is the amendment of legislation that this bill has amended once it is enacted. And then Schedule 4 is the repeal of different kinds of legislation. In terms of the contents of the bill, I spoke much about this, but suffice to say that it just provides that national framework for the governance of the institution. And then it also provides for transformation of the institution to align it with the constitutional imperatives. And it restores the integrity and legitimacy of the institution of traditional and Khoi-San leadership in line with their customary laws and practices. And in terms of clause 1, we just providing the definitions there of the concepts that we are using in the bill. And then in terms of clause 2, we are providing for that promotion of constitutional principles within the institution, just ensuring that the institution is the practices within the institution and the customs are aligned to the Bill of Rights. And in terms of clause 3 is the recognition. I won't talk much about that, but nothing has changed there, with the exception that when they submit they submit their application for recognition either of a kingship or a queenship, that should be accompanied now by a written customary law of succession and relevant genealogy, which was not the case before. And also when the community applies for withdrawal of leadership position, it must be accompanied by that. And then clause 4 is still the same, except that they should also submit the customary laws of succession. Clause 5 is about now the criteria, which either it's a traditional or a Khoi-San community. In this instance, it will be the Khoi-San kingship and the Khoi-San queenships and Khoi-San communities, and the branch is the criteria that they should meet for them to qualify to be recognized as a Khoi-San kingship or a Khoi-San queenship or a Khoi-San community or a branch. And it provides for that. In the case of the kingships, it is the same as the one for traditional leadership, that particular community should be recognizing themselves as a distinct group of Khoi-San communities with a proven history of existence as a kingship. And then the rest becomes the same, but an emphasis here is that there should be that history that proves that that particular community existed before as a kingship. And clause 5 is about the criteria for branches. Clause 6 is withdrawal of the recognition, because in the bill, a community may apply to the president in the case of a kingship or kingship to withdraw that a particular recognition should be withdrawn. So it talks to that, or it may be a community that must be withdrawn, then they will apply to the premier. In terms of clause 7, here it's now the leaders, and then we just outlining that in terms of the Khoi-San, now the leadership positions are now including a Khoi-San king and a Khoi-San queen, which was not there. The rest are the same as what is in the current act. And in terms of clause 7, we are just indicating the recognition criteria there that will apply now to traditional and Khoi-San leadership, and it is the same. And in the interest of time, I will skip this. Suffice to say that again is where we have included a new provision where they have to submit their customary laws of succession with that application. And this, I think, is the same, because it's the recognition of the leader and then also withdrawal of the leader. And then in terms of the leadership and governance, most of the things are still the same. So I will not go into detail with this, but suffice to say that with the governance, what we have included, it will be the issue of the 50% of women. It will be also the issue that relates to strategic plans, annual performance plans, and annual reports, but the rest are the same as what is in the current act. And we still have the principal traditional community, and it is the same as what is in the current act. And then on this slide, it is the same, but in this slide, we just indicating the issue of the constitution or the membership of a kingship, a queenship council, Khoi-San kingship council, Khoi-San queenship council, principal traditional council, traditional councils, and sub-traditional councils. And the same as in the current act, the members thereof will be 60% selected by the leader and 40% of the members elected by the community. And the rest in this slide is the same as what is in the current act. And in terms of the functions of the kingship, queenship councils, Khoi-San kingship council, or Khoi-San queenship council, and all the councils, the statutory functions are still the same. So we did not change that. But we continue just with the same provisions that are in the Act in terms of the processes that will be followed when selecting the 60% of the members of these councils, when electing the 40% of the members of these councils, and the time frames, and in terms of the elections also, saying they must be conducted by electoral commission or by way of a community meeting, which is in the current Act, or any service provider that may be appointed by the Premier. And in clause 23 is the financial support that should be provided for this. And apologies, Chairperson, I've got a slight challenge. I'll just, may you just give me a minute? Apologies, Chairperson, for that. I'm in a hotel, so they were knocking. Apologies for that. So on this one, like in clause 25, is the same clause that we had before. Okay, let me start with clause 24 is the partnership clause. We have it even now in the current Act, is the same provision. Clause 25 is about the provincial and national government allocating roles to the councils, and it is the same. And in clause 26, it is about the houses of traditional leaders, starting with the national house, and it is still the same, except that in this slide on number C, in the current Act, we are saying at least 1/3 of the members of the House are women. So in this instance, the difference is that now is at least 50% of the members of the House are women. And then another difference in terms of the houses is that the membership now will be, there will be proportional representation, and through a formula that will be determined by the minister. And with that particular formula, there will be public comments process. So the draft formula will then be published in a government gazette for public comments, and that is what then should be the case with the membership of the National House. And then another difference with the current Act is that it is now very clear that there will be the representations of the kings and the queens in the National House as members is now clearly specified, and the issue of youth and people with disabilities. And then the rest is the same for the National House. And with the provincial houses, the rest is the same, except the same issue of the 50% of women representation and the issue of youth and people with disabilities. And the local houses, the difference now with the membership of the local houses is that all senior traditional leaders, senior Khoi-San leaders, headmen, headwomen, branch heads in that particular municipality, all of them are now members of a local house. So all traditional leaders in that space, local space, they are now members of the local house. And again, there's the issue of 50% of members of a local house must be women. Maybe what I did not mention at the beginning is that in the Act we say should this 50%, either is the national house or provincial house or local house, should it not be met, then upon receiving the reasons that made the 50% not to be met, then the premier or the minister, in the case of the national house, they may determine a lower threshold. And in this chapter, which is chapter 4, is the Commission on Khoi-San Matters, which has now many different clauses. The appointment of the members is still the same. The removal is still the same. But in terms of the deliverables or the performance of the commission, based on the public comments that we have received, is that the commission, same as the National House, must at the beginning have a strategic plan, have an annual performance plan for their period of appointment. So annual performance plans will be annually and submitted to the minister at the dates that are determined by the minister, and also the issue of the quarterly reports and the annual reports. And here it's just the time frames when they, in this slide, where they are supposed to be submitting their 5-year strategic plan to the minister, and the annual performance plan to the minister, and the reports to the minister. And chapter 5 is this general provisions. And here it's where we deal with disputes and the regulations. And in terms of the disputes, it is still the same, where there will be a committee, an investigative committee that may be established either by the premier or the president to investigate a particular dispute, come up with a report and recommendations to the president in the case of the kings and the queens, or kingships and queenships, and to the premier in the case of levels below. And in terms of the regulations, the bill, it is the same also. It empowers the minister to make regulations on any clause in the bill, or any section of the bill. And we also have clause 61, which deals with delegations, where certain functions can be delegated by the premier to the relevant MEC. And it also authorizes the national department to monitor the implementation of the bill once it becomes law. And we also have those transitional provisions that will ensure that once the bill is finalized and it becomes law, the work that has been done in terms of the current act will then not be null and void, and it will still become valid. For instance, the work that has been done by the current commission, it will still be valid. And clauses 64, 65, and 66, they amend those pieces of legislation once this bill becomes law, and it provides for the short title and commencement of the bill once it becomes law. And here are the schedules, which is Schedule 1, which is the Code of Conduct for members of the commission, houses, and kings, queens, and all levels of Khoi-San and traditional leaders. And Schedule 2 is the templates which will be used for oath and affirmation by members of the houses and the commission. which is another addition in the bill, because the commissioners before were not taking this oath. So now there is this oath. And then Schedule 3 to the bill contains just consequential amendments to the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act, and also providing for Section 81 of the Structures Act, and in particular on the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act. It is so that when the commission deals with issues of traditional leadership, they also deal with issues of the Khoi-San. So that is the main consequential amendment of the Remuneration Commission laws. And Section 81, which is the participation of traditional leaders in municipal councils, it provides for different scenarios when a local house is established in the area of jurisdiction of a local house or a metropolitan municipality. What will be the members, and also where a local house has been established for the area of jurisdiction of a district or a local municipality. And maybe briefly just to say that the difference here with the current Section 81 is because with the current Section 81, in the local houses, there were 3 people who were to represent the local house in the municipal councils. In this instance, now the local house has all traditional leaders across all levels of all traditional and Khoi-San leaders across all levels as members of the local house. So the 20% of the total member of the councillors coming from that local house, it will be coming from all those traditional leaders in the local house. And if the local house is established at the level of a district, then it will be that 20% in the district municipal council. And then if that particular district municipal council has 3 local houses, then there will be additional 2 members of that local house in the local municipalities under that particular district. And we're recommending that the portfolio committee note the briefing by the department on the bill and considers the key provisions and objectives of the bill as part of its parliamentary legislative oversight and processing responsibilities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DDG, for your presentation. May I then invite members to ask questions of clarity, of any inquiries, any aspect that you'd like the department to open up a bit more. Let's start with the Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi. I've got the hands noted. Thank you. Nkosi.
Good morning, Chair Mazela. I've just got a bad flu. I hope I'll be understood. I'll keep it short. I hope the road noise also doesn't make it worse. I just wanted one question. Very interested where DDG mentions this participation of the traditional leaders in councils, which has been talked about for a very, very long time. Just one aspect which I'm not quite sure about. DDG, what are the arrangements when it comes to voting? Because we have always talked forever ad nauseam for powers, roles, and responsibilities of traditional leaders once they are in these councils, but more especially, in a general sense, but especially when it comes to voting arrangements, because the problem was always that they just come there and just bask in the discussions. Really would appreciate if you could throw some light there. Thank you, Kabazan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DDG.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. In terms of the voting, because the traditional and Khoi-San leaders are not the elected members, it is still the same as what is currently happening. So they will not be voting in the municipal councils, but they will still be participating. And also what we are looking at, but I think that will be the COCTA issue, not necessarily in the bill, is the issue of the white paper on local government is trying to look at strengthening their participation, even if they do not vote, but they are still not going to be voting in the municipal councils. Thanks.
Honorable Telezi, do you wish to close that? Are you fine with the response?
Chair, I'm not fine, Chair, because I thought there would be much more clarity, because this issue has been going on for very long, and I think really you feel that Amakosi, or anybody for that matter around the table, is playing a significant and effective role. I hear the DDG mentioning that there isn't really a change, and also long Chair correct records on these roles and responsibilities, because it's all very well to say they may attend, but that is not really something that Amakosi are looking forward to or aspire to. So really, to be specific, Chair, I just think that I wasn't quite happy, or rather not clear, maybe it's just I didn't understand about this specifically. Once they are there and there's a pertinent issue, then what I'm getting is that they still don't really have full voting rights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nkosi. You might want to note that as we move on with the processing of the bill, just keep that in mind, then we'll see how we get to engage on all of those issues which you think there are gaps. Honorable Taiposh.
Greetings, Chair. Greetings to DG, all the officials from COCTA and honorable members. Chair, in the beginning, it says that issues like mineral rights, language, and land are falling outside the scope of the bill. How can land and such important things fall outside the scope of this bill? This is a bill to determine the future of a nation that was left out of everything. Okay, so it's important that the COCTA clarifies to us, how can they say that those things fall outside the scope of this bill? This bill is supposed to address everything. It's supposed to do redressing in terms of the Khoi and the San. Then, Chairman, in terms of mandatory documentation, submissions of customary laws of succession and genealogies by royal families, I looked at that and it doesn't say much. I really wish that we could get more clarity on that one, if the commission or if COCTA don't mind, sir. Then I see it says that they received sign-off from the presidency. Sign off from the Social Economic Impact Assessment people, from the GSID, the Cabinet Committee, and from the OCSLA, saying that the bill is constitutionally compliant. I disagree with all these people, Chair. This bill is never compliant. And how can it be constitutionally compliant if the Constitution does not recognize the Khoi and the San, first and foremost? The Constitution doesn't recognize us. The Constitution says nothing about us. All right. So how can this bill be constitutionally compliant if this is what we want to address, Chair? And really, the thing is that in chapter 1, they're talking about planning to restore the integrity and the legitimacy of the Khoi and the San. How are you going to do that without things like the language, the land, our rights? It's again, once again, Chair, I believe it is a case of promises, promises, promises. Nobody takes the time out to really come and sit down and talk to the Khoi people and say, but people, we want want you to be, to be happy. We want to restore your dignity, your integrity, your legitimacy. What will it take to do that for us? Let's sit down, let's talk. And Chair, we're not asking for too much. We're not asking for too much, but take the time out to recognize us in the process and sit down with us and talk to us about it. And maybe we will then let you know what will make us happy. Because every other opportunity we had to try and tell Kokta what will make us happy fell on deaf ears. Yes, they put now king and queenship in there, which is very good. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Okay, but it still doesn't address the elephant in the room, which is, in fact, the main thing is land, Chair. Until we address the land, this bill can never, ever, ever, go anywhere. I thank you, Chair. Till there.
Thank you. DDG, please respond.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Taiposh. Thanks, Chair. We are saying these other issues, like the issue of land restitution. Why we say it does not fall under the scope of COCTA or of this bill is because issues of land restitution, they fall within the mandate of another ministry, which is the Ministry of Land Reform and Rural Development. And there are issues of mineral rights. Also, they do not fall within the mandate of this bill or the scope of this bill. Issues of language, for instance, they will fall under another ministry of sports, arts and culture. And it is on that basis that we are saying those issues do not fall within the scope of the bill. And as a result, hence you will see in our objectives, we are not mentioning that we will be dealing with issues of mineral rights, of land rights, of languages of the Khoi-San. But we very clear in the objectives that it is about the recognition, it is about the governance of the structures, and we map out the scope of the bill up front. So they do not fall within the mandate of this, but as the parliamentary process commences, I think those issues may also be addressed maybe through that process. But as I've indicated, we are of the view that they will not fit within the mandate of this bill. And issues of customary laws of succession and genealogies throughout the years, as we were implementing the bill, as we came across the many disputes, it was that most of the royal families did not have these customary laws of succession and genealogies. So when they submit an application for recognition, you find that they submit that application for recognition of a leader, but there is no customary law of succession that shows, and also the genealogy that will show that in terms of their customary law or their lineage, that particular person is the leader. And then you then get from the same kingship, if it's a kingship, that you receive 3 different names to be recognized as leaders. So we are of the view that it is important that we have these customary laws of succession and genealogies, that they are documented, because then when they are documented, then they will guide the identification process of a leader or a successor in the royal family. So hence we have them there. And the issue of the office of the chief state law advisor, the issue of the sayers, I think because it has been certified by office of the chief state law advisor as being compliant with the constitutional principles. It is not necessarily that the Khoi-San are in the constitution, but that the bill complies with those constitutional principles, and it does not violate any constitutional provision. Thank you, Chair. And then in terms of the socio-economic impact assessment, because when you do the socio-economic assessment, you look at all the clauses of the bill, and we also shared the socio-economic impact assessment, and then you do the socio-economic impact assessment, you indicate the socio-economic issues on the bill, the impact that the bill will have. You also do the monitoring, the implementation, the whole implementation of the bill. And what we did in terms of the bill and how we're going to monitor the bill and all the implications of the bill. I think what we did when the presidency, because it was a back and forth, you do it from the beginning. When you start with the bill, you submit. That is the process that you follow with the sayers. And at the end, they were then satisfied that the way we did the socio-economic impact assessment of the bill is correct. Hence, we then obtained the SAYA certification of the bill from the presidency. Thank you, Chairperson.
Debos.
Chairperson, how can I be happy with that? Chairperson, we're talking about the bill here to determine the future of a nation, the Khoi and the San people. All right. If I need to speak to land restitution, it is between COCTA and land restitution to get together, to sit with the Minister of Land Restitution or Land Reform and say, Minister, we are busy with this bill. All right. And your department plays an very intricate role in this, a very important, a critical role, right, is in terms of land. All right. It's time that you come together with what you know about the land, and these are these people's claims. These are what these people are saying. And these people have been displaced. They've been moved from the places where they used to live. They've been all put on one side. None of the none of the land and stuff was given to them or was, so you go and you talk to land reform and you say, this is the situation. Equally with the people of language. You go to Pansalp, you say, Pansalp, what's your plan for the Khoi and the San? This is the situation with the Khoi and the San. We want to officially recognize this group of people. In terms of language, what are your plans with these people? Have you got a language? Have you got, what is your plan, your 5-year plan, 10-year plan? Have you got a specific language that you want to go and develop further to make it their official language? They got different dialects, but we need to determine something here. So you do it all the department that would affect, all right, the existence of the Khoi and the San, Chairperson. It's become another tick box exercise for COCTA Ministry that, we've recognized, we've done this bill is done. No, this bill is far from done. The fact that COCTA neglected, all right, or reneged on talking to other departments about the recognition of the Khoi-San cannot be the fault of the Khoi-San or of this committee. It has to go back to COCTA to say, but you have not done your work properly. This is not how you do. When you do a bill about the future of a people, then you include everything. These people, they lived somewhere before. We didn't find them here. Now you want, a customary law. Sorry, I was born in 1963. Okay, in 1963 already, we were living in a suburb, or a location somewhere. We were living in what they call Ashbury in Bloemfontein. It was a location next to Batu and Palming location in Bloemfontein. We lived there, all right? And it was little small houses that was given to us. All right, when I grew up, there was no customary law and stuff like that practiced with my parents. My mother don't even remember these things, to be honest with you. And she would have been 80, she would have been in the 80s today. So it's important that a lot of thinking goes in. This is not just, hey, you know what? We need to satisfy the United Nations or whatever. So let's get these people, let's recognize some of them, give 1 or 2 kingships, and then we're okay. No. Jewish people, if you know the conditions that our people are living under, if you see the poverty, if you see the disdain that our people must face on a daily basis, if you see children that haven't eaten for 3 days, then you would not try and sell me this bill and say, I am here to make your life better, because you are not. You are here to tick a box, and you're here to get us out of your hair. We will not disappear out of your hair. We are going to stay there. We are going to stay there until this thing is fixed, because we have rights. We had land. We had plenty land. And we don't mind sharing that land, but we want our fair share. We want to be recognized properly. So the fact that you're saying that land, minerals, talk about mineral rights. Talk about mineral rights. Look at who owns today the mineral rights in this country. Just look at it. There's not one mine owned by a Khoi-San leader that you can talk of. And this is things that provides for the economy, for the well-being of people. How can you sit back and say that doesn't form part of the scope of recognition of the Khoi-San nation? You never went and you never checked, all right, what is it to restore, to do restorative justice for a nation? Go back, have a look. It happened in Australia, it happened in Canada, it happened all over. Go back and have a look and see. Yes, those people haven't got their sovereignty back, but they got land, they got minerals, they got a say over something. Why are we excluded from this? And you want to restore us? Please, man, please take us seriously. We are not going to go away, and we're going to stay. We're going to fight. Please take us seriously, COCTA. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Taipos. This committee is going to have to sit down and look at the approach on the matter. At this point, you have 2 issues you are raising. There's the issue of the recognition of the Khoi and the San people. The whole range of issues you have tabled. On the other hand, you have got a committee that's been handed a bill that must identify gaps and look at what needs to be done as we move along, something that is restricted within what the mandate of the bill is supposed to be. So we're going to have to sit down and go through that discussion in terms of the approach. But you have raised questions. You have raised a lot of questions and obviously not happy with the approach of the department. very soon we're going to get the department out and we're going to have to face the issue of how does this committee approach this legislation. So you'll have to come back at that level. For now, let's get the other members to come in. Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone and also the department and the fellow members of Parliament on this committee. Chairperson, I've just a couple of issues that I wanted to raise. The bill introduces proportional representation, as we've heard. The formulas for the House of Traditional and Khoi-San leaders to be determined by the minister. I wanted to find out how the department will ensure that that formula is transparent, objective, and not open to political manipulation, because I fear that that might actually happen. And then also the bill places significant emphasis on documentation of customary laws of succession and genealogies to address disputes. We know there's long-standing succession disputes, and we've just heard it from the Honourable Taibosh, in various traditional communities across South Africa. What capacity and timelines does the department have to, in place to resolve these disputes efficiently and prevent instability and, possible litigation? Because I think that would also be an avenue for people that feel that they're not heard. And then with the SAYAS, it notes that provinces may regard aspects of the bill as an unfunded mandate. We know that there is a funding problem with the municipalities. Has National Treasury committed additional funding, or will provinces be expected to absorb these costs while already facing infrastructure backlogs and service delivery crises? I'm talking about when, councils become larger. There's tools of trades that need to be given to traditional leaders and the Khoi-San leadership. So if the department can maybe just tell us if there is costing that has been done for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. DDG.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Van Zyl, and thanks to the chair. So in terms of the formula for proportional representation for the membership of the National House, as I indicated, it is that the formula will be published in a government gazette for public comments. So there will be that consultation process on the formula, and based on the comments that will come from that process, we are of the view that it will address the issues that the honorable member is raising, but it is mandatory that it be published for public comments. There should be these public consultations. And in terms of the customary laws of succession and genealogies, it is not a project that we're starting maybe with the bill. We have been doing it, but obviously you find that other royal families are not for that, so they don't, or sort of they don't document their customary laws of succession. But we have seen it as one of the tools that may be used for addressing issues of disputes, because then if it is a documented customary law of succession, it is signed off. It may not 100% maybe address all the disputes, but it will go a long way, because if it is signed, and usually with the ones that we have documented, it will be all the royal family members participating in that process. And at the stage when you get the sign off is all the royal family members. So what will then go into that customary law of succession in terms of the lineage? It would have been gone through the process of participation by all royal family members, and therefore should there, at the stage of identifying a successor, then because all of them have agreed on that lineage, we are of the view that it will then assist, because then it will be a seamless process. You will not then be getting 4 nominations for the same position from the royal family. And because in the act also, we, under the regulations, honorable member will see that we have included that the minister may have issue regulations. Also, the regulations, they go through the public comment process. But one of the things that the minister may issue regulations on is the customary laws of succession and genealogies, meaning then as those regulations are drafted, they will provide something that will be like a format, but also they will guide in terms of what goes into this customary law of succession and how it should be done and who are the people to be involved. So through that, I think those will be the measures that will ensure that these customary laws of succession and genealogies are effective in addressing issues of the challenges around identifying the leaders. On the sayers, when we do the sayers, it is required that there should be the costing. And therefore, the costing.
Please avoid your acronyms. It's difficult to comprehend unless you know exactly what we're talking about.
Okay. On the socio-economic impact assessment system, which we have reported to the committee that we received the certification, it is required that we do the costing. But again, we presented in terms of the part on whether provinces have agreed to this. We have gone through the MINMEC processes, and we have presented this bill also to the MINMEC. So, and it was supported at that level. And also, because before you go to MINMEC, you also go to the HOD or the technical MINMEC. So we have done that, and we have also costed. We have also consulted with the National Treasury as part of our process of developing the bill. So I will say, because the MECs or the meeting of the minister with the MECs supported this bill, therefore that part of the funding of the bill was addressed in that fashion. What has been difficult or was difficult to cost was on the issue of the Khoi-San, because as we do the costing, we look at for instance, the Khoi-San councils, or tradition. In the case of the traditional councils, you will know more or less how many traditional councils are there in the country. In the case of traditional leaders, you will know how many traditional leaders at different levels are there in the country. You are able to cost their salaries. You are able to cost, you sort of have a baseline. But in the case of the Khoi-San, given that they are not yet recognized, it's where it posed a challenge on costing that part of the bill. But it was also the provinces were made aware of that challenge. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think that's just the issue on disputes and succession plans. You know, like Honourable Taibosh has said, they were not noted always from generation to generation. So it really needs more thought. I think everyone, I can tell you, will not agree with the different lineages. There will be disputes, and I don't think this department really has a plan. You know, there are very many lines throughout South Africa when it comes to the Khoi and the San people. Then on the costing, I've not seen it on any of the reports. So where's the funding going to come from? Will this be a case of establishing the structures and then the funding doesn't match? Because it's quite worrisome, especially introducing the Khoi-San to this. And that's the issue we are having is what is the costing looking like? And now it's easy for the department to say, oh no, it's very difficult to try and establish that. But that is actually the question. So I think, it really needs more thought. And with the MECs that you've consulted to say they agree, it just seems like box ticking to me. And I think we need a real concrete finance costing plan from this department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, I note your comments. We will not ask for further responses. Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you, Chair, and the meeting at large. I just have two questions, Chair. The first one, if there is any, and just briefly in question of the fundamental differences of this bill from the previous withdrawn one, that's one. Then secondly, looking at the fact that we did not make the deadline in the previous arrangement, are there any threats that we can see now that are going to result to a situation where we'll have to go back to the Constitutional Court and ask for an extension? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. DDG.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Ndamase. On the fundamental differences, I'll just list them because they are in one of the slides. But I know the fundamental difference is the issue of proportional representation.
Pull the slide and play and
Okay.
beam it as you talk.
Okay.
Thank you.
This will be the fundamental differences between the current act and the bill. And most, or let me say all of them, they come from the public participation process. So we have now included the clauses that will provide for the recognition of the Khoi-San queenships, kings and queens, and kingship and queenship councils. We have also, in terms of the current act, we did not have this the Khoi-San kings and queens and the kingships and queenships. So that is the fundamental difference. And in terms of the current act, it is required that the statutory structures must have at least 1/3 of women as members of these statutory structures. So with the bill, it is now 50%. However, should the 50% not be made, then the minister, in the case of the National House, will request the reasons for not meeting that requirement. In the case of levels below, it will be the Premier requesting those reasons, and upon considering those reasons, will then may then lower the threshold. Another difference is that in the case of the current act, there is no provision for inclusion of youth and people with disabilities as members of the statutory structures. And in this bill, there is that provision. And also the issue of all the houses with the exception of the National House, because the National House in the current act, they submit their strategic plans, their annual performance plans, their quarterly reports, and their annual reports. So with the exception of the National House now, all the other houses as well as the councils, they must then have those strategic plans submitted to the premiers, and also the annual performance plans on an annual basis also submitted to the premiers, as well as the quarterly and annual reports to strengthen the accountability. But also there are clauses that are now strengthening community participation in the decision making or the decisions of the councils. In the current act, we don't have those, except that there will just be meetings of the councils with the communities. So in this bill, we have strengthened those. And there's the issue of proportional representation, which Honorable Van Zyl asked a question about, where we say the membership now of the houses will be based on proportional representation, whereby the minister will then publish a formula in a government gazette for public comments, and there should be those public consultations on such a formula before it is now published for implementation. And in the current act, there's no mandatory documentation and submission of customary laws of succession and genealogies when an application is made for recognition of communities or leaders. So in this bill, it makes it mandatory, but we consider the challenges that have been raised on the issue of the Khoi-San. And we have also, yes, I think that will be all, because this one other line is repeating there. Thanks, Chairperson.
Fagu.
Covered, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Van Wyk.
Greetings, Chairperson. Greetings to the department and greetings to my colleagues on the platform. Chairperson, any revolution that has been fought in the history of the world, at the center of that revolution was always the land. It has never changed, Chair. It was always about the land. So I don't want to come and repeat what Honorable Glenn Dibosh have said already, but I want to support Honorable Glenn Dibosh that you can't speak about a people and to recognize them as kingships and queenships and chieftaincies, but there's no land attached to that recognition. Because at the end of the day, Chair, that would mean that a rhino without a horn, it will boil down to the very same thing as if we are rhinos without horns, Chair. So the department must take this issue of the land, the minerals, the language very, very seriously. And what actually concerns me here, Chairperson, since Kimberley 1 and 2, that was 2012, 2013, where Minister Nkwinti brought the Khoi-San together under one roof in Kimberley. The issue of land was addressed there, minerals was addressed, and over the years, recognition of the Khoi-San always had land attached to it from the Khoi-San people. We never only asked for recognition to be constitutionally recognized in South Africa. We always spoke about land as well, Chair. So I can't understand for the life of me how the department, and I'm saying it with due respect, how can the department, for after how many years, still come and address us and tell us that this doesn't fall under their mandate, which is true. But why didn't they, in the first place, met with Department of Land Reform, met with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in order to sort out the land question that must come with a recognition? Because if you speak about agriculture, Department of Agriculture and Department of Land Reform always continually have bilateral meetings because the two goes hand in hand. SCOPA and COPTA always have joint meetings because both departments speaks to municipalities. Why can't COPTA meet with Land Reform and Department of Sports, Arts and Culture? Maybe Chairperson, I don't know if you can guide us as a PC. How can we address this issue instead of just propose it to COPTA yet again? And after 2 months, when we meet again around this issue, then nothing is done. So we have to address this issue, Chairperson. Chairperson, I also just want to address the issue under Chapter 4, the Commission on Khoi-San matters. Chair, 2 weeks ago, we had the very first meeting with the Commission, and issues was raised of the Commission being understaffed, underfunded, no officers in provinces. And I just want to know, Chairperson, how, what mechanisms does the department have in place in order to assist the Commission? Because they are being mentioned here under Chapter 4, but can they please take us through how will they assist the Commission in order for them to execute their mandate? They have been there for 5 years already, and there's no single case out of the 234 cases. No single case has been finalized, and yet they are being mentioned here under Chapter 4 as if all is well with the Commission, because all is not well, Chair, especially with a budget, like they have mentioned in that meeting, of 2.8 million per annum. Ourselves as COCTA PC, we have a backlog with our budget, where we have to serve 257 municipalities. The Commission is a 2.8 budget, similar to ours, and they can't, we can't manage with our budget. How do we expect them to perform and execute their mandate with this 2.8 million grant budget, Chairperson? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DDG.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to Honorable Van Wey. With your permission, Chairperson, I don't know whether may I ask also my DG and the other team members who are with me in the meeting to assist.
You
But on
were,
the issue
you were
of
from the
land,
start. You were from the start supposed to call whoever had answers to come on board. That's why they're all here. So as long as you don't call on them, we wouldn't know when you need them. So feel free, but just indicate who you want to address which aspect.
okay, I think Honorable Chairperson, on the issue of land, it was already addressed, and if maybe DG may assist me on the one on the commission on Khoi-San matters. Thank you, Chair.
Is that all you want to deal with?
Because there are two issues that Honorable Van Wyk raised. It's on the issue of the land all those other issues of mineral rights, language and so on, and this one on the Khoi-San.
Okay,
So I
you
thought
haven't
the
responded.
ones on
You didn't
on
respond
land.
to those.
Okay,
You
thank
didn't,
you.
you didn't respond to those, but if you want DG to deal with them, let's be specific.
Okay. Yes, I will request DJ to assist me with that one. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll request your indulgence that I just touch on a few other issues as well, with your permission, Chair. I think the important point that the Honorable Shenge has raised, I think we'll have to see how we take the conversation further with the members of the committee. I can indicate that when we engaged their majesties on this issue of participation, there was a strong feeling among some of them that even if participation in municipal governance is promoted, there has to be a way in which we insulate the institution of traditional leadership from the decisions of the executive. And the issue that was being raised was, does the power to vote in municipal councils then not necessarily conflate the lines in terms of the municipal councils decided as follows, or Inkosi decided as follows. And there wasn't a clear answer to that issue, but there was that strong view that there has to be a way in which traditional leadership should still be put on a level that is higher than that of the executive in terms of the decisions that get taken in those structures. Just so that there is a clear understanding that there are royal family members, there are royal leaders, and there are elected members. So it's probably a discussion that will probably need to take place a little bit more, because it was raised at that level, to say with that participation and decision making, how do we draw that line to ensure that we still insulate the institution and the royal leaders and their majesties from what would essentially become decisions of a municipal council. I think we'll be advised through the processes that the committee will discuss on the issues that were raised by Honorable Daibosh and Honorable Van Wyk, because indeed discussions do take place. Discussions do take place between COCTA and DSEC. Discussion do take place between COCTA and Land Reform and Rural Development. But we'll have to be guided what the expectation is, because those discussions do not necessarily translate into legal competence in terms of the executive who is responsible for a particular piece of legislation. In this case, the Minister of COCTA will be the member of cabinet who's responsible for this piece of legislation. How do you deal with issues that may have been discussed with other cabinet members, which are relevant to the Khoi-San communities, but for which this particular member of the executive is not legally empowered to administer on in terms of their legislation? So I think that guidance will be important, because the discussions do take place and they can continue to take place. But is the expectation that then that should translate into a legislation by the Minister of COCTA, which says the following shall obtain when it comes to language, the following shall obtain when it comes to infrastructure development in Khoi-San communities, the following shall obtain when it comes to land restitution for the Khoi-San, or the expectation is that those particular line departments should come up with clear plans how to address those issues within their legislative competence to complement what COCTA is doing. I think that is the kind of of guidance that would need to be provided, because it's either that or then this becomes an omnibus legislation which deals with all other issues of importance to Khoi-San communities, in addition to those that the Minister of Culture is legislatively competent to deal with. I also just wanted to add on the issue of costing that the Honorable Van Zyl raised, that the costing was indeed done. The difficulty, as DDG Mokhaladi was saying, was costing in relation to the Khoi-San, because there's no baseline. I can assure the committee, for example, that when we went to cabinet, we had done some costing for the Khoi-San based on certain assumptions. So, for example, the one assumption we made was that let's assume that the 234 applications, all of them, that they will qualify and be recognized. If you make that assumption that all of them will qualify, then what would it mean in terms of cost implications? And of course, those assumptions were challenged to say, no, but you're forcing a costing model in the absence of adequate information. I remember that there was even a request to say, well, maybe the Commission on Khoi-San Matters should advise the Minister on, from all the work that they have done, what seems to be the direction here that is being taken in terms of the recognition of Khoi-San leaders and communities, so that it can guide the costing. So the costing, unfortunately, couldn't continue because the one that was being proposed and the assumptions that were being done was then challenged, and it had to be abandoned. And the understanding was that, well, let's allow the work of the Commission to unfold. And as it unfolds, these conversations with provinces and National Treasury will then be supported to make sure that resourcing is made available for the traditional leader side, because at least there was a baseline already. There wasn't much of a problem in terms of the costing implications that were being attended to there. On the one relating to the Commission itself, I think there was a lengthy discussion that took place in the meeting that took place with the Commission, and there was a clear way forward there proposed by the chair. Ultimately, what is being done at the moment? I had a meeting with the Commission last week. I also exchanged notes with the chairperson of the Commission last night. There is more information that following their meeting, they are going to submit to us, because from our side, we have said you work out a plan and you indicate what you would need to do. We say to you, this is the resources that are available. But if there are certain gaps that you identify, let's talk about those so that we see what kind of reprioritization can be done. I'm saying this because, as we indicated in the meeting of the Portfolio Committee, we had previously said to Treasury, based on the submission of the Commission, that they need more money. And then Treasury gave them more money. It was about 7 or 8 million rand extra. It was at that time that there was massive underspending from the Commission. And then it became difficult to go back to Treasury to say, we asked for this money, please still keep this money with us. At some point, we'll spend it. So there was a budget cut effected by National Treasury. So that is the process that will have, we remain committed to, Honorable Chair, that as these plans come into place and there is a clear indication of how the money will be spent, we stand ready to provide support to the Commission. But if that money ends up being underspent, we then find it difficult to motivate for the money to continue to be increased, or for the threshold of the budget to be retained. So those conversations are taking place between ourselves and the Commission now. For example, they have explained how they want to roll out the public hearings for the coronas, which is their next target. And they've indicated to us that we'll need this, we'll need this, we'll need that. And that's the discussion that we're having at the moment. And and we'll extend that discussion to other areas as well as they move beyond the work that they are doing with the coroners. That would be my input, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, Van Veek, please come back.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought you would ask me to maybe if I have input or a question, follow-up question. But here's the thing, Chairperson. I am glad to hear from DG that there is meetings happening between COCTA and TSECT. But when it comes to the matter that we have raised as members of this portfolio committee, can COCTA then include us in that meeting? Because we are the representatives of the Khoi-San on this basis. It is our constituency. See, so nothing without us, nothing about us without us should apply here, Chairperson. Because with all due respect, I don't think that the department can represent us to the level that we can represent ourselves to address the land issue, especially, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
DG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Well, I think again we'll stand out. I don't know what will be the best approach. Whether maybe there's a direct engagement that will involve the Minister and Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, ourselves, and the Portfolio Committee on these issues, or whether the Honorable the decision would be that a meeting is organized with the Land Reform and Rural Development and representatives of the Khoi-San then get invited, which will then throw us into that other long-standing difficulties to say, then how do we determine who's going to come to that meeting? It might be that the committee then might guide that it becomes a formal engagement with the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development and the committee with COCTA participating, and then maybe another one with the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, or it can be a joint meeting. We'll take guidance from the committee on that one.
Honorable Direko?
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to members. Chair, I think most of my colleagues have covered. However, I need clarity on two matters. The first one is that in some traditional houses, there seems to be a concern from the members of community with the abuse of power. So what measures are in place to prevent family members of traditional leaders from abusing council formation processes and influencing other structures? And secondly, Chair, there seems to be a bit of uncertainty about how this bill relates to other existing law. What challenges could arise from overlaps with the current legislation? And lastly, Chair, I also want to check with the department with the matter of the Khoi-San, because we know that the matter of the Khoi-San is something that has been there for a very long time, of which is not yet resolved. So looking at that matter and the implementation of this bill, how is it going to be? And what could be the possible challenges that may threaten the implementation of this bill with relation to the matter of the Khoi-San? Thank you, Chair.
DG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thanks to Honorable Direko for the question. Maybe just to start with the last one. I think the process that has ensued, including the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor certification, those were processes that were seeking to, among others, deal with exactly what Honorable Direko is raising around going into the spaces of other pieces of legislation. Where there is an overlap, I think the bill has tried to consciously and deliberately deal with it. So, for example, when it comes to Municipal Structures Act, the bill has been very clear in terms of that interface, that where the issues relating to the participation of traditional and Khoi-San leaders in municipal councils are concerned, these provisions here seek to repeal and replace those contained in Section 81 of the Municipal Structures as we know it. So the bill has been very, very open about that. Where it repeals other older pieces of legislation, again, it has been very open about that in terms of the Framework Act, in terms of the TKLA, in terms of the National House of Traditional Leaders Act, and in terms of the Remuneration Act, the one administered by the Independent Commission on the Remuneration of Public Government. So it has been very open on that. And then there is a section that deals with other potential areas where the competence might lie with other departments, either national or provincial, and it has left it open that those national or provincial departments may, through legislative or other means, assign roles and functions to traditional leaders, so that we avoid then is getting into the space of the legislative competence of those other departments. And that is why, Honorable Direko, even when it comes to the issues of land, issues of language, issues of minerals, there is that caution. There is that caution that if this bill then begin to pronounce on those areas that are the legislative competence of other ministries, then these conflicts and these overlaps will begin to happen. But we've noted how the members of the committee have underlined the importance of these other areas, and the solution will have to be found. And it might be that solution is not necessarily about building those issues into this piece of legislation, because then it might then begin to face those challenges of constitutionality and challenges of overlaps. But it might be that there could be other areas in which these concerns that are being addressed, are being raised, then get addressed with the responsible ministries in engagement with the portfolio committee, so that the overlaps then that do not end up taking place. On the matter relating to members of royal families in influencing other processes, the bill makes provision for formal structures within which these roles will have to be fulfilled at a level of a queenship or a kingship. There's a kingship council, and there is also a queenship council. At the lower level of a senior traditional leadership, there are traditional councils there. And the way the bill, in a sense, democratizes participation in the council, it seeks to clearly open the space, so that it's not about a member of the royal family taking certain decisions on their own on behalf of the traditional councils. If there is that kind of representativity that is envisaged in the bill when it comes to traditional councils, then it actually then assists in making sure that there are checks and balances when it comes to the decisions that take place within the traditional council. Yes, it does not necessarily stop attempts on the side to try to influence certain processes and so on and so on. But to the extent that there has to be formal decisions that get taken at the level of the councils themselves do not consist of royal family members only. The bill makes it very clear that there is broader participation, and the formula that Honorable Van Zyl was asking about earlier seeks to address that, because it will indicate in terms of percentages as well, that in terms of members of the royal family, this is the proportion. In terms of community members, this is the proportion, and so on. So I think that is really what becomes then an attempt to try to close those gaps that quite correctly Honorable Dereko is raising. Thanks, Chair.
Dereko?
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Thank you. Typos?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I am sitting and I'm listening to the DG talking about about confusing and mixing issues and stuff like that. Chair, we are only but a simple Khoi and San nation that needs recognition. And we're not asking for much. But I cannot believe that we are sitting here in this meeting as representatives of government in a portfolio committee at that level, and we are saying that, when we have to consult with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, or with PANSALP or the Department of Arts and Culture, that it is an issue. Departments have been working together for a very long time, Chair. All we're saying is that the one cannot go with the other. How can you, my Chair, with tears in my eyes, recognize me as a king and then don't give me any land? It's unheard of. It doesn't make sense. So all I'm saying is, maybe COCTA must just not rush this thing. So, well, I suppose after more than 20 years of trying to get this thing right, they need to rush it now because it becomes very, very, very long in the tooth. But then do it properly and stop trying to just get through it. Let's consult. Let's consult. We've got a basis, but let's start consulting properly. And let's help the commission too with a framework on how they're going to do recognitions, because nobody's talking about that framework and nobody's talking about what will make the commission decide that, okay, this guy qualifies, we've seen enough, his oral history or his whatever is it that's going to make them tick the box to say no, qualified recommendation to the minister and to the president. So there's no framework that does that. So, and what is in the bill? Sorry, I cannot see how you're going to do that with what is in the bill. So let us do this thing properly. I beg of you, DG, let's not rush this thing through, and let us, let us consider the people, the amount of people that are dependent on you and on COCTA to get this thing right. I thank you.
You are not now talking to the department. You are now back to the committee. So we'll get back to that point. When I make my comments, we'll get back to that issue. Honorable Depos, so that's
okay,
fine.
Chair.
Honorable
Noted, Chair.
Mtolo? Yeah, Honorable Mtolo, you're welcome.
Good morning, Chair, and honorable members, DG, and the rest. Chair, you'll bear with me because I was at one stage out of because of network where I am. So just a follow up on what actually Honorable Dereko raised. But I want to raise a specific issue. You will recall, Chair, that in one of the province whereby it was an allocation through the tools of trade, whereby actually there was a lot of complaints with regard to that, with regard to powers of the MECs in determining who gets what, and lack of consultations thereof. So in this bill, how to that actually such incident actually take place, how to make sure that we are proactive in making sure that actually there's a clear communication and outline in terms of how MECs actually go about. So in terms of tools of trade. Thank you, Chair.
And I see a hand of Sharon Gabi. Please show your face and identify yourself before you can speak.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all the members, parliamentary members in the House. I am Dr. Sharon Gabi. I am an anthropologist, and I have been looking at the issues of Khoi-San, and I enjoy the discussion is very interesting.
Wait a bit. First, let me first get who you're working for.
I am with COCTA. I'm an RMO. I'm with the RMO office, the Results Management Office, working
That is
with
under
DDG Shendo. That's under DTA.
You're working under DTA?
Yes. Together
No,
with
that's
DDG
fine.
Shendo.
That's fine. First, we needed to know which side you're coming from so that we know where to fit you. That's fine. Now you can proceed. You can just indicate which issues you want to deal with, and then you can proceed. You can cut off your video if it's causing you problems. We want to hear you. Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, Chair, with regards to the costing of the Khoi-San leaders. Now, I'm also working with a gentleman called Bezel Sekakane. And there's been a status quo report that has been done in 1994, 95 for the traditional leaders, which laid the ground and is now giving us a baseline of costing for traditional leaders. It makes the process a bit easy. This very same process should be applied, in my opinion, for Khoi-San, which means that it's not just the officers of traditional affairs, but at national level that must make resources available, funding. I've also been speaking to the Commissioner Botha, sharing quite a few ideas of how to work within the Khoi-San communities. Now, I'm speaking as an anthropologist, giving the view of the anthropology, that there are young members within the Khoi-San community that can assist the commission and the department with identifying who these leaders are. Again, it boils down to the issue of finances and putting the resources there. But then I also want to just piggyback and add on to the comment that was made by the DG to say that COCTA will support if the commission uses its funds, if it spends all the funding. So how the commission spends that funding becomes a question that they need to sort out. I've been listening to the portfolio committee when they were speaking to the commission. And one of the things that I picked up on was the issue of language that was raised, and pertinently so, that the Afrikaans language, which is the dominant language that the people are speaking, many of these interviews and things that were done since the last 4 years, 4.5 years, some of it has not been transcribed, which becomes an issue because there's information, there's data there that can assist the commission and the department, but it hasn't been transcribed. So it needs to be transcribed so that data can be mined. I want to speak to Honorable Glenn Taibosh also and raise this point. And I understand completely that when one speaks of customary law, which is a living law, it's not static, it's not going to stay in one place. There's scholars that wrote about this, about the invention of tradition. This was Hobsbawm and Terence Ranger in the early 1980s, to say that tradition and the people's customs doesn't stay static. So while we have a framework of what this will look like, capturing it and putting it in a book and say, this is the traditions of the people, means that if anything else comes to that and people's understanding change over time, then it clashes with what's written, what's in the written record. It's the same thing with the archive at the moment. Some people are contesting the archives, some people are going with what is said in the archive. And there's I don't want to repeat what the Honorable said, Honorable Van Wyk and Honorable Taibosh, but I just want to highlight this, that leadership without all these other issues that has been mentioned is not possible. So what are they leading? Who are they leading? What are they doing? If all of these are not included, so that conversation of the conversation about the different departments as an integrated whole must be ahead in public spaces, because I also think that the public is not involved enough around these issues. For the status quo report, and this has been coming on, just back to what Honorable Van Wyk said, I've attended Kimberley 1 and Kimberley 2, and there were many discussions around Khoi-San issues, which till this day has not materialized. So it will be interesting to see that integrated discussion and the status quo report that will give us an indication of how the structures, the different structures, need to deal with the Khoi-San people. So maybe it's also a matter of us going back to what was done in 2013, in 2014. There was supposed to be something in 2015, Kimberley 3, which never happened. But these discussions, as the leadership has said, it's been coming on for very long. And just again, if we use and we work with the invention of traditions, then it will give the communities a fair opportunity to say, in 2026, this is what we see as our customs and customary law. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from DG or any other member?
I think, Chair, maybe just the issue raised by Honorable Ndolo about the what seems to have happened in a province and decisions made by an MEC. We obviously do not have the specific details on the issue. I think it may be that those details may be shared with us, but I think the principle is the issue of pools of trade There are two processes here. One is it's a decision taken by MECs themselves many years ago, where they agreed on a framework for the provision of tools of trade. And many of them are still using that framework now to make tools of trade available. And then, of course, the second part of it, which is that they make the tools of trade available in a phased manner. So if you look at when those provinces that manage to buy vehicles for traditional leaders, we don't generally see them buying all the cars in 1 year. So they do it in a phased manner. They buy a certain number of cars, budgets subject to budget being available. Then they buy for the next year, and so on and so on. And they have a 5-year cycle, so that within a 5-year cycle, then they go back and then they start replacing. But it sounds like what Honorable Dole is raising, that in this case, they might not have just been an adequate explanation in terms of the choices that are being made, who we start with, and so on and so on. But I think in the absence of the detail around the specific issues that are being raised, we may not be able to respond to that. But there is that framework that they're using. There is also the handbook, which MEC said they will start implementing sections of it in phases. So they are implementing it in phases, but with the understanding that resources permitting, they may not be able to cover everyone at a go. But obviously, it has to be a process that is open, so that houses, for example, understand that we are starting here, then next day we are going here, and so on and so on. But I suppose once more detail is provided, Honorable Chair, we may then be able to interact with the province concerned and advise the committee accordingly. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Van Wyk.
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you so much. Chairperson, I don't want my conscience to come and accuse me afterwards, yeah, hold me accountable. I don't want to miss this opportunity, Chair. The DG spoke about Department of Sports and Arts and Culture and also Department of Land Reform. But you must also remember that we mentioned the issue of minerals. So the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy must also be included if we have a clear way forward, if we're going to meet with those departments. We can't not remember the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Thank you, Chair.
I think they should be noted. Now, before we proceed, I'm going to request that Shireen should share with the Honorable Dolo. Can I close this aspect? We can come back. I need the members to comment back again once I've done some of the comments, and then we'll get everyone back to relook at the issues again. So before we proceed, let me request that Shireen should share with the committee platform the letter that we wrote to the MEC of KwaZulu-Natal regarding the issue that Honorable Mtolo raised on the questions of the tools of trade and the disagreements that has since come up. There was a deadline set, and I think Shireen will also just highlight that so we know whether we have missed the deadline from the MEC side to respond. So we'll get back to the issue and deal with it with specifics as a committee. So the Honorable Mtolo raised the issue with the minister, and we then said we'll first write to the MEC and get back. Then we can deal with the issue when we've got proper information. That letter was written, I think it's about 3 weeks now. There should have been a response. So I would like that Shireen must share that letter so that the committee is aware of where we are with regard to that particular issue. So let me just come in also just make some comment and also cover some of the issues that the members have raised. Firstly, we need to focus first on this issue. This issue is, this bill is National Khoi-San Traditional Leadership Bill. So the issues here that we're dealing with are about traditional leadership issues. And then the part that I think we need to focus on is the fact that when it says Khoi-San, is it about Khoi-San issues or is it bill about Khoi-San leadership issues? It's important for us to keep that line because then it's going to help us to take a way forward on this matter. Is this bill about traditional leadership and traditional Khoi-San leadership, or traditional leadership and Khoi-San issues? So I think that part is clear. I'm not sure that there's any need to deal with the heading so that it can make that clear. But between us as committee members, we need to try and separate the two. The differentiation for me is that if it's Khoi-San issues, then it's broad. If it's Khoi-San traditional leadership issues, then it's focused. So that issue then becomes a guide in terms of how we deal with the bill going forward. So when we deal with Khoi-San issues, then we're dealing with a broad range of issues. Basic human rights issues, land dispossession issues, brutalization of community over the years, and the decimation of various, traditional, social, political structures, and therefore restoration of political, economic rights, land rights, mineral rights, and so on. I think we need to, as a committee, look at these two issues because we may not be able to do both, but we should be able to know what is this bill supposed to be about and what do we do with the rest. And that is where my conclusion at the end goes back to. And I'd like the members to think about that as we move, because this committee has to find a way to move on with a lot of issues. And that, for me, becomes important at the end. Now, let's then touch some of the issues. Some of the issues members have raised. There is a challenge with the Commission on the Khoi-San matters. It's got a huge challenge having to define the Khoi-San's leadership structures, defining Khoi-San traditional communities, and defining on the levels of the traditional Khoi-San leadership issues and Khoi-San traditional leadership numbers, and resolving those issues, including the issue of territorial jurisdiction. That commission, when we discussed with them last week, this was clear that there's not a lot of work done to define these areas. So somewhere along the line, as we deal with this bill, we need to be focused on how do we pass, having left principles in the bill that makes it possible for these things to happen, and also to preempt any possibility of a legislation that fixes structures and fixes definitions, only to find that afterwards there's a lot that's been missed out simply because the commission did not have adequate information as it was working, and this committee and the department did not have enough information. It only becomes available later. So we must keep that in mind as far as I can see in the managing of this issue. Now, somewhere along the line, and this I want the department to also keep this as well in mind. How do you define Khoi-San traditional structure, role, with land, without land? Does this make it a unique definition, or does this make this to be the same as other traditional leaders? Because it does seem to me that you're going to have traditional leaders and traditional structures who have a role, but there is no land over which it can be properly defined. This may have been probably having one similar situation in relation to, although not the same, and I don't want us to cause confusion about it, the discussion around the Amahlubi. A part of the issue around kingdom revolved around the issue of land. And I'm not arguing whether it was right or not and whether it should or shouldn't. I'm just simply saying this matter, as a committee and the department, we need to be saying, how are we going to go through this, even if it doesn't appear in the bill, but what is our common understanding of this? You got traditional leaders, they have a role, they've got structures, they've got a role, but they don't have land. So what are they? What is happening there? So this bill should be able to help us through with that. Now, that raises the question for me, and I'm not sure how far the department would have discussed this matter. And I raised it before, and that question is, what is the definition of the traditional leadership roles? And we must look at it now, because when we sit and trying to decide, there was a statement, for example, about showing the history of the traditional leadership, that would obviously includes the kind of genealogy, descendancy, identification of descendancy, authenticity, and all of those issues. So here there are roles, various roles here that need to be clear. What's the role of history in all of this? And I'm making an example because, and I don't want to quote a particular name, but you've got a family that's living in a very urbanized setting and they're living individualized lives. But if you go back to the history, you can trace the role of the leadership, which was quite at the center of communities, community administration, community resistance, ultimately landing up out in Australia, where he dies. And the whole structure having been decimated and so on. So what is the role of that history in helping us to define this traditional leadership? Then what is the role of administrative territorial jurisdiction in defining who the traditional leader is? Can you define one with or without that jurisdiction? Or does the issue, as Honorable Taiposh raised it, become a sine qua non? If you are defined as traditional leadership, there must be territory, which means once you are defined, then there's an obligation to provide the territory. And so this now becomes an issue that, for me, we need to kind of clean up the approach as well on that question. So what about the role of traditional leadership in the pastoral custodianship? Now, in this case, you may have a leader who is recognized by someone who is in a Santin city, but because of the cultural identity, they would fly all the way to the Eastern Cape to participate in cultural activities because the cultural custodian is in the Eastern Cape. No jurisdiction over the person's day-to-day social and political and administrative issues in Santin, but actually this is where they define. They're still traditional leaders. So, but in this case, when we are looking into this thing, are these issues teased out and are they clear? Now, what about traditional leadership in rural versus urbanized metropolitan communities? So will you become a traditional leader? How do we deal with your situation where you are not in a rural community, but you're in an urbanized metropolitan community? Do we define your role there? There was a very confusing concept during the days of the Bantustan days, where there had to be almost like ambassador representatives of the different homelands in urban settings. So you'll have a representative of KwaZulu government in Soweto or in KwaMashu or in eThekwini and so on. So again, this issue here was quite fuzzy those days, or we don't have to go into all of that now. I'm simply saying, when we deal with this issue, do we tease those issues out and say, where do we stand on those? Then there are issues of loyalty to traditional leadership. So who's your Nkosi? It's not based on just you living in that area. What is the role of that loyalty? Is this a kind of spiritual loyalty and so on? And then there are issues of the social political authority of traditional leadership structures. So wherever we are, why there's a lot of tension with municipalities is precisely because of this issue. You've got in the same area an Inkosi who's got people who have to be living under some code of authority of traditional leadership, on top of what there is the municipal authority and all of that. And then, of course, so it's an issue here that we kind of evade and not go into details about it. So should these issues have been somehow been dealt with and ventilated, or maybe as committee, when we come across this, how will we deal with them? Then the concern that I think comes out as we move on is the adequacy of the supportive base for and base of knowledge infrastructure at the back of. Now we had Dr. Habi, who spoke just now and said she's an anthropologist. We would be interested in the expertise at the back of DTA. What anthropologists do you have there? What historians do you have there? What sociologists do you have there? Because the base information on which you're going to operate this process has to be sounded based on proper information. Do you have cultural and language and traditional leadership experts there? Do we have experts on Khoi-San research, at the back that we can always fall back to when we think certain areas need to be teased out for purposes of guiding this bill? So that for me becomes some of the issues. Now, we raised the issue last time we spoke to the commission about the guiding frame of reference for basic Khoi-San definitions of community stems and community structures, and hence, of course, cost implications, which is what has been raised here. Because if you don't know how many stems there are, you don't know how many kings you're going to have and how many senior traditional leaders you're going to have and all of that. What is the structure like? What are the numbers of these, and therefore what are the implications, cost implications of this? But who's got the guiding frame of reference for basic Khoi-San definitions? The last time we were in a meeting, we were given 5 stems from the Khoi community. I see there are 4 there. I'm not sure if I'm the one who's got it wrong. Then we're told there are 18 on the San and the San community. Now, we've never really understood to what extent are they all under one system, the 18 San, or they are all under equal level of senior or principal traditional leaders and all of that. So all of those issues we do need to have a bit of guidance as we sit here, because we're going to make up our minds on what we think is best. It must be best based on the information that is adequate as well. The contention for genealogical lines and appropriateness of incumbents and successors, that thing happens every time. Once you got, the next person that needs to come in, somebody believes they're the best and they should have been the one. So I wouldn't worry about that, because it will always happen. In the past, they used to use the spears to deal with that and move over to others would separate families and all of that. We've got a constitution, we've got courts, we've got everything. So there will always be this aspect. So it's not a crisis so far as all of these issues for me are concerned. It's a matter that can be dealt within the law, get the necessary processes through. So I wouldn't worry about it, even if you come across it as a commission or whoever. Even the MECs and the premiers have to deal with those every time. So it's not a big issue for me. Now, but then the issue that we have to also focus on is that participation of traditional structures in municipalities. The Nkosi Buthelezi raised the issue of decision-making processes. There are issues of costs, there are issues of payment and implications, and it would be good to have a sense as to how those have been approached. And so when we deal with it, we know what we recommend, what the cost of that is going to come to. And of course, the issue of the decision-making processes, Nkosi raised those. The issues of tools of trade have also been raised. Again, there has to be some framework that helps us to look at the basics that are expected right across, and the policy approaches, if there are variations across provinces, cross comparisons and asymmetry of provinces. We need to understand that, so that you don't have every now and again the complaints that some of our Khosi or kings are not being treated the same way and so on. So we need somehow something that guides when it comes to that. Then the questions of the national and provincial houses of traditional leaders. So again, I think we will need to focus on the issue of role definitions, particularly issues of service delivery. So when we talk about provincial house and national house, they have their own executives. They're executives over what? What do they do? And how do these, are these satisfactory? Are we able to then say we can let things move as they are, or do we need to change anything there? Then the role of traditional structures and leadership, role of traditional leadership structures in service delivery. Do we need to go into further discussion on those or not? When it comes from the community, how we're going to deal with it as a committee. Then there's an issue again raised about the prevention of political manipulation of processes. Again, I think members have dealt with the issue quite adequately. The need for transparency, checks and balances, and then of course, when we talk about the formula for participation, there's the issue of the ministerial discretion, how to avoid politicization of these. These again are issues that I think the members having raised, we also need to keep our focus on how we deal with them. So my view then, colleagues, members of the committee, and I will ask that the Director General Department comment on this, then of course we can get the members to comment on these matters, and then we can see where they can move. But for the portfolio committee, I think we need to define the aspects of this bill which can be processed as priority, and then which aspects need to be referred to a different multi-departmental or multi-sectoral platform. We need to clear those issues. Well, if we don't do that, we will move in a circle. But I'm saying that as a committee, we need to draw a line between these two issues. Some issues can be dealt with as priority. Some issues would need a multi-departmental, multi-sectoral platform to process. These are the ones that we started with, where we talk about the issues of general rights, basic human rights, land rights, mineral rights, and a whole lot of those kinds of issues. Then if we define these processes, we can run them in parallel so that the committee deals with both, but we don't feel that one can hold the other, but we can look at them, deal with them in parallel. And so let's define those two parallel processes. When we started having the summit of the Khoi and the San community with the minister, we believe that that process was a very helpful process. It just needs to move on. Now, maybe we can then say some of these issues we're going to load onto this. When we go there, we want all these ministers, want all these departments to be present, want all these ideas to be threshed out there, clarified, maybe see whether it ultimately results in a policy issue, whether it actually helps to deal with legislation formulation for the particular departments and so on. But let's then look at two parallel processes. One are specific refined priority issues on the bill. The other one becomes the issues that require multi-departmental and multi-sectoral involvement. There are obviously issues which are going to always be part of our discussions here. I heard Dr. Habi talking about there are younger people who need to be involved as we deal with these issues of defining the cultures and so on. Well, tradition, basically, you want to hear more from the older people. What was the tradition? Where does this come from? But at this point as well, no, there's no culture that is, or tradition that is static. So because there'll always be modernization and redefinition of culture, the traditions being very dynamic and evolving, so we need to then keep in mind how do we manage that aspect. So we need to keep that as well in mind, that whatever might have happened during the days of Davy Vetboy, Hendrik Vetboy in the 14, 15, 1600s, as they were fighting, leading the Nama people fighting against Van Riebeeck and so on, what their culture and traditions were, and what happens what was the culture of the Korana with Sturman during those days, and the lull over the past 200-300 years that happened. Then there's some of it, there would be kind of sentimental identity with what used to happen. It might not be the same. So there will be obviously space for things to evolve because cultures were not evolving outside. They were not evolving outside the day-to-day social, political, economic dynamics. So we need to keep that in mind. Then again, that must not bog us down. And I'm raising this because this issue was raised with us in the summit. And one young man came to us and said, no, the people who are part of these genealogically pure hierarchy of traditional Khoi and San leadership are wasting our time. What about us, who cannot define ourselves as either Korana, Griqua, or Na, or Nama, or Sani, and so on? What about us? We're still part of the community, but we are, cosmopolitan now. So we want to be defined ourselves. There must be space for that so that we can then deal with the issues as we move forward. I'm then saying our guide from the point of view of the committee, we need to try and define two lines, something that we're going to deal with, something that we need to pull out an engagement process so that we can let all of these things move on. Then no one will feel you are left behind and no one will feel that certain issues are not getting attention. I want to hold it at that, and now I'm going to open up members to comment. First, we start with the DG and your team, and then we come back to the members of the committee so that we can take the next step forward towards getting the public participation processes to move on. We will also ask the legal team as well to come in and give us some guidance. But let's start with the department, then to the members of the portfolio committee, then we'll get the legal team and then the participation team. Can I allow us to move in that direction? DG? You're muted.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
muted, DG.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. please allow me, I should have done this at the beginning because I've checked the records that the Honorable Minister is participating in a SADC seat session on for ministers responsible for disaster risk management, and the Honorable DM has joined the Deputy President in an event taking place in the Eastern Cape, which is the 151st anniversary of Kumkani Hinsa. He had indicated that in between he would want to see if he's able to step out and join the meeting, but it looks like that has not been possible. My apologies, Chair. I should have raised that at the beginning of the meeting.
No, we note let's note this for record. We also do have some apologies, I think, Lapus Kachne. So we note all those apologies. Proceed, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Very, very useful pointers, Honorable Chair, in the issues the way the issues have been condensed. I would want to believe that the first issue the Honorable Chair raised it's very critical in giving direction is the bill about Khoi-San leadership, Khoi-San issues broadly speaking, or is it about Khoi-San leadership? Because then it's going to help draw the lines in terms of how broad.
Traditional.
Yes.
Traditional.
Yes, Khoi-San traditional leadership or Khoi-San traditional issues, broadly speaking, engagement that the committee will have. I think it's going to be a critical first.
DG, cut off your video so we can improve your signal. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay. All right. Yes. Thank you. Yes. So I was saying, Chairperson, I think that first issue that the Honorable Chair has raised, it's really critical, because then it helps us delineate the engagement as they proceed. I think a number of the issues that the Chair has raised, I believe that these are critical issues where I think we may then need to find most probably a parallel process to run them. So, for example, the issue of the role of traditional leadership and Khoi-San leadership in service delivery. So, in the white paper on local government at the moment, as members of the committee who have participated in consultations on the white paper, they would recall that there's a chapter 7. Now, one of the things emerging from that chapter 7 is a proposal on what is called a municipality traditional and Khoi-San council compact. And if that is supported, that's a compact that is going to define working relationships between a municipality and a traditional and Khoi-San leadership council on matters relating to service delivery and working together. So it might just be that then it becomes one of those issues that continue to be explored further as a parallel process during the public participation that will ensue. I think that the issue we need to take it up, Chair, the issue that you raised about land, because indeed there are examples. We know one recent one of Barolong Bamokhalong in the Free State, who recognized as a traditional leadership community with a traditional leader, but they were without land. And then other efforts ensued where the provincial government then stepped in to make sure that arrangements are being made for them to have land. What is the thinking about that when it comes to Khoi and San leaders in particular? So I think it's a discussion that it's quite timely, as the Chair indicates, and will have to be pursued, because yes, it has happened before, but it's not necessarily ideal and what are the corrective measures that are introduced. In this particular case, it was the provincial government working together with land and rural development to make sure that they then make arrangements for closing that gap in terms of land. So these are critical issues. We agree, Honourable Chair, that will really help take the discussion forward. We know that when it comes to experts in the department, we are a small departments. We do have experts, we do have anthropologists, but we are a very small team. So the department
Someone is calling from the gate. It's Avan.
Sorry, please mute. Please mute. Proceed, DG.
Yes, so our department is available to work closely with the committee to assist, but with that understanding that that it's a fairly small team that we have. Obviously, when it comes to the framework for the commission to judge to make its decisions on who qualifies and who doesn't, we have tried to be cautious there, so that the recommendations that the commission makes to the minister can be seen as recommendations made independently of the department, because we have seen, even with the experience of the commission, the Nhlapo Commission and the Tolo Commission, that if there is a suspicion that the department influenced a recommendation that the commission then end up making, that matter then gets challenged in court. So our task, the way we've defined it, is to be there for the commission to assist them, but to make sure that we don't get into that space in terms of the content of their work, because we would like to make sure that the recommendations they end up making to the minister for recognition are not recommendations that are informed by the department, but they are recommendations that the commission made on their own, obviously, where they need research capacity. They will need to get that research capacity, but not necessarily research capacity in the department, because then it might just begin to blur the lines. But the team is there. It's small, but we can then see how we assist when we work with the portfolio committee as part of the public participation process. I think the other issues as well about the roles of houses and the issues of checks and balances and the formula, as DDG Mukhaladi was explaining, that is part of the elaboration that we can then get into as we work with the portfolio committee during the public participation process. But very, very useful consolidation of the issues, with the first one that the chair raised being, in my view, the very critical one around delineation. How far does this bill go in dealing with issues that are facing the sector? Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Are you the only one who's going to speak? Anyone else in your department? You decide. I'm not saying it's not enough. I'm just checking, because we won't open after that. Once we're gone, we're gone. Thank you. All right, Honourable Taibosh, you are the next one.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you for summing up and giving such clarity to these things. I think it is critical what you said, Chair, in terms of the delineation of leadership issues, in terms of Khoi-San and traditional leadership issues, and then just Khoi-San issues. I think if we can, separate those, it'll go a long way. However, I think also, Chair, what we need to do is separate between soft and hard issues here. You know, the softer stuff like culture, language, customary law, those kind of things, yes. And then the harder stuff is land and minerals. Okay, so if we can delineate along those lines and address it accordingly like that, we will come a long way. And we take the priorities, then obviously the priorities in this case would be land and minerals. And then the softer stuff, which is the language, which is customary law and culture, you know, those things we can deal with. We can deal with later, and we can deal with it separately. But if we can look at it along those lines, I like that. That was brilliant. Thanks, Chair. Uh, the participation of traditional structures in municipalities. Again, Chair, that needs to be spelled out. That needs to be spelled out to us because there's local municipality, there's provincial, and there is national. And I think we almost need a handbook. I'm not particularly concerned. I know we can work out a formula as to how many should be representing Khoi-San in these councils. That we can work out, but I think it's important that gets spelled out to us, and where we can, where we can, it's like almost like having a handbook, I think you once said, where we can say that, okay, local government, so many in the municipality council, in provincial, so many, and in national, so many. So I like that one, Chair. Then the tools of trade, I think it's important that is discussed. It's unfortunately also one of the harder ones because it's stuff that we need to operate. And that is very important. That goes with things like the vehicles, like houses and stuff like that. So yes, form part of the harder issue. Thank you, Chair. I've spoken about now the houses, national and provincial houses, separate executive functions. Definitely, Chair. Definitely. And then let me just define aspects of. Okay, we've covered the aspects of the bill that can be priorities, and others can be addressed by a multi-sectoral platform. I am happy with that, Chair. Chair, I thank you. I think you've summed it up beautifully, and I think there's a lot of wisdom in that summary. And if we can agree to, to start there, I'll be very happy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to have Van Wyk and then Honorable Mtolo.
Honorable Chair, from my side, I would also like to thank you for your guidance, Chairperson. I just want to make a statement, Chairperson, and if you can allow me. There is an African proverb that says, no matter how sharp your teeth are, you can't bite water, which means this emphasizes that some problems cannot be solved with force or aggression. It teaches that one must understand the nature of a challenge and adapt to it, rather than trying to overpower it. We as the Khoi-San, when we propose a way forward and so on, we don't want to feel overpowered. When we speak about land, minerals, our language that must be included into the bill. South Africa has a rich history, and one of the times included in that rich history was the negotiation talks between 1991 and 1993 for transition. We have showed the world, we have showed ourselves that we can deal with complex issues. We have the ability to do it. We have the ability of the art of compromise. All that we are asking is that if the land is not in the bill, we have departments, we have legal advice, we have all these instruments and systems of government that can assist us to solve this issue for once and for all. All we need is political will, Chairperson. With that said, Chair, I want to thank you very much for your wisdom and your guidance that you always provide to us as a Chairperson. And thank you to the DG and to the department as well, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Van Wyk. We're going to ask Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Mtolo, and then Honorable Van Zyl, and then Nkosi after that, and then Direko. You will get Ndamase at the end. Proceed, please.
No. Thanks, Chair. On my side, you've covered me. Okay, so thanks so much.
Jangamal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Franzay.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just interested again, much has been said and I appreciate all the feedback, but the DG even mentioned on the costing that they have done. Again, can we maybe be provided with reports that have been done thus far so that we can just have a look at it, please? Thank you.
Yes, what the DG did, she just sent a kind of certificate of acknowledgement that such was done. We don't have the study itself, so you can share it, DG. That will help us. Then can we have Nkosi? Are you still around, Nkosi? Can you come in?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm still around. The voice might not be there, but I hope I can just scrape through here.
That's
Thank you
good
very
enough,
much.
Nkosi, proceed.
Thank you, Kabazela. I just want to echo the sentiments of the other members here and even the DG, or just in terms of your guidance and wisdom, because this is very, very complex matters. But I thought I'll ask the DG maybe, would it not be because there are so many issues, it's so diverse, so broad and so deep, that maybe it might just give us a handle on it. Maybe they do have in the department, but if not, that I would urge or maybe request that we have a very comprehensive, time-conscious dashboard on these matters. Because you see, the thing which is very, very challenging here is that DG for hundreds and hundreds of years, there was order. Things were going along nicely. Of course, it was never going to remain that way. Now, to change and turn the thing on its head, not just, especially for traditional leaders. And of course, your job is unenviable and your effort is commendable. But I don't know whether there could be a consideration which could help us maybe, as well as being the committee, if there could be. If you share it, if it's there, otherwise you explore the opportunity and the possibility of a comprehensive dashboard, not just jargon I'm talking about here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nkosi. DG, please take that into account. It would be good to get a dashboard on these issues so we can follow and see where things are and how we can make sure things don't fall behind. Thank you very much. We then now proceed to Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered by Honorable Buthelezi with what he just said now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Direko. Honorable Ndamase, are you still in?
Thank you very much, Chair. Your summary covered me well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member that I might have left out? Okay. Well, thank you very much then. I think we need now to move to the next step. Let's get the legal team to come in, make a comment, and thereafter we're going to ask for the public participation section to come in.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning and good morning to the members of the committee.
Please show
My
your
name
face.
is Nori Tando. Yes, Chairperson. Let me open my video. Chairperson, my name is Nori Tando. I am from Parliament's
you can cut it off now.
Institutional
I think
and
it's
Legal
resisting.
Services Office.
I think your signal is resisting.
Okay. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Am I audible now?
You are audible. Proceed, please. Thank you.
Thank you. As I was saying, Chair, my name is Noluthando Nhlokwana Mpekashe. I am from within the Constitutional and Legal Services Office in Parliament. I will be the advisor who will be advising the committee through the process of this bill. And we have been following the discussions this morning, Chair. I just want to comment on one issue or one aspect that you raised regarding what does the bill deal with. And it is our understanding that the bill that is in front of the committee currently deals with Khoi-San traditional leadership issues and not necessarily the general leadership issues. And our role as legal services is to ensure that the committee acts within the confines of the legislation that is in front of the committee. And even though the policy issues that are being raised are very relevant, but we also notice that they're very broad and they fall outside the scope of the bill. I think that's all we want to say at this present moment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your comments are understandable. Thank you very much. I think it's important for this committee, as you say, we need to be focusing on traditional leadership issues and Khoi-San traditional leadership issues. Then there's a whole big basket of Khoi-San issues, Khoi-San traditional issues. All of those would be a whole bag that we must carry and move along with it. But we have understood each other with the members. Now, may I invite the team on public participation, Shirin?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members. Let me just switch on the video for a minute.
Let's see your face and then let's see if your signal can hold.
You will forgive me, Chairperson. I'm in a car. I'm taking Parliament to the people in Northwest. I will now switch it off.
It's fine. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. From the public participation side, our request is that the way we approach public participation is that we should focus on districts that have traditional leadership or rural areas and have public hearings in most of the districts so that we can be able to cover all kingships and chieftaincies. We will also look at broadening the radius that we cover for public participation and not be limited by the 100-kilometer radius, because that will not enable us to have representations from all the chieftaincies and kingships. And we also request that we
Can you
observe...
just talk about, just define the 100 kilometers, how does it come in?
Normally, when we mobilized, the guidance is that we should provide transport up to a maximum of 100 kilometers. So communities that reside in 120 kilometers tend not to be provided transport to come and attend public hearings. So our plea is that we deviate from that guidance and go as far as safely possible, as long as communities will be safely transported and returned back home after the public hearings. So the proposal that we have is that in provinces such as KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, we must have as many as possible public hearings. For instance, the idea is that in KZN we should cover about 6 districts. In the Eastern Cape, cover about 5 districts. In Northern, Limpopo, cover about 5. In Northern Cape, cover about 3 districts. And in Gauteng, we have identified one metro, which is Tshwane, which has Kwandebele as the only one in Gauteng. In Free State, we've identified one, which is the one that has Qwaqwa. And in Mpumalanga, we've identified the Hlanzeni, which has a Bushbuck-rich area. So we don't want to standardize the number of districts in provinces as if they have uniform representation of traditional communities. And also on the issue of the time period for submission, we also make a plea that the notices for public hearings should be the same time frame as the written submission, 30 days, where we publish the venues, the local municipalities where the hearings will be held, the towns, the times, and the actual halls, and indicate whether or not transport is provided 30 days before the actual hearings. And then the public education team must go and mobilize and educate people at least 3 weeks, not 2, 3 weeks before the hearings, to make sure that they have sufficiently covered all the communities. And all the other issue that we are making a plea on is on the records of public hearings. We are making a plea that the public participation portal should be used to file all public participation documentation, the transcripts of the public hearings, the actual recordings of the public hearings, and the reports of committees must be on the portal so that we are able to access them and safely keep them. And then we will then conduct a compliance checklist for each and every public hearing that we are conducting, so that after the hearing, we know that that particular hearing was compliant in all respects. We also making a plea that the chairperson follows a guideline that will provide on standardizing the public hearings. For instance, on instances where there's a need to cancel a public hearing, there's a guideline that needs to be followed, and there are a number of questions that need to be answered to make sure that the decision that the committee is taking is the one that can be defended. I think I will pause there, Chairperson.
Okay, we're going to ask for members to indicate some questions, but let me say what we're going to need from you is to do a quick proposal that gives us all these issues in writing, that then gives us specific proposals of where you see the committee goes, which areas, put it on the table so that the committee can apply their minds and then approve it so that we move as soon as possible. Maybe you can do what you just told us in the next 48 hours. Honorable Van Zyl and Van Wyk and then Van Zyl. Honorable Van Zyl, sorry, Van Wyk first and then Van Zyl.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, can you please allow me to quickly ask a question to our official?
Proceed.
Yeah, can I ask the question? But he must answer me, and then I want to proceed afterwards. Is it fine?
That's fine. That's fine. Ask the question.
Thank you so much, Chair. His name again, Chair? I've missed his name.
Momelezi Kula.
Okay. Meneer Kula, goeiedag. My naam is Sentes van Wyk. Ek is 'n lid van parlement. Ek wil net gou van u af hoor. Hoe het u julle uitgekom by Limpopo en KZN wat julle die meeste districts gaan besoek om die publieke die public participation wat julle wil gaan doen. Sê net gou vir my, hoe kom jy daar so uit? Want because we in die meeste van in die Noordkappen en in die Ooskappen en in die Weskappen, die meerderheid van ons bloedlyn Khoi-San leiers is in die provinsies en nie in die provinsies wat u genoem het nou nie. Ook wat ek wil onder die aandag bring, u sê in die Vrystaten gaan u hulle net na een district toe gaan wat Kwakwa is. Waar is die Khoi-San daarso? Is daar enige Khoi-San daarso? Want die fokus van die bil is op die Khoi en San. So kan u net vir ons verduidelik, hoe kom u uit by dit wat u nou gesê het? Baie dankie.
Yes, can you respond?
We have looked at communities with traditional leadership and chieftaincies, kingships and chieftaincies, broadly, not narrowly only Khoi-San leadership, traditional leadership.
Hold it now. If I allow you to say anything further, you're going to get us embroiled in a long debate. So your approach is not correct, right? You see, when I started, I said we need to define what the bill is about. I said it was about traditional leadership. It's about Khoi and San traditional leadership issues as well. And then I said there's going to be the other aspect of Khoi and San issues. Now, that is traditional and other issues. Now, the reason why I'm stopping you is because I don't want the discussion to go further. When I said to you, give us the proposal, I didn't anticipate that this is your answer. Now I want to say to you, your answer is going to be problematic because the major addition to the bill was the Khoi and the San, which need to be given adequate attention, and we need to demonstrate that we have adequately considered the communities wherever they are. We may not be able to cover everybody, but once you start with an approach that limits the Khoi and the San and you didn't make that a consideration, then your foundation is not right, so you can't continue. You must go redo it with these ideas in mind. That's why this committee must first see the proposal. And when we do, you will actually say to us who are the target communities. Well, for every venue, who are the target communities? It's going to be very important because it doesn't only end up there. The reason why Honorable Van Wyk asked you a question in Afrikaans is because in the first instance, the mindset you must have must that we're actually addressing this issue from a perspective of a community that feels that they've been left out, that they're being marginalized, that nobody's caring for them. To what extent you can understand the details of the question and the language is one issue, but the major issue for us is going to be how do we prepare even the language of communication, the translations, the language of communication, the contact areas where we're going to be trying to reach out to these communities is going to be very important. So I don't want you to get into a to and fro debate because I can tell now if I were to let Honorable Van Wyk, he was actually going to be boiling now because of the approach. So let's come back now. If you understand that, make your comment, and then I'll get back to Van Wyk to make further follow-ups.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, with that guidance, the revised submission that we will be making will be covering exactly that, the focus.
All right. Honorable Van Wyk, you've got additional issues and suggestions?
Chairperson, thank you very much. The thing is, Chair, it is very obvious that Mr. Kula don't understand the complexities of the Khoi-San matter. This bill or an act went to the Constitutional Court and it came back because of public participation. Now he wants to go to the ground, and it doesn't have in his plan in all the different provinces and regions to go and actually speak on what was the outcome of the Concord, to say that go back to the Khoi-San. It didn't say go back to the traditional leaders. Our traditional leaders also have issues, and I support them with it. But here, the thing is Khoi-San, and Mr. Kula don't understand it. It is quite obvious. Mr. Kula, I'm dead sure, it can't even speak Afrikaans. No, I am supporting his work, and as an official, I don't want to disrespect him, or maybe he must feel that I'm attacking him. I'm trying to assist him because on the ground, I am a member of parliament. I have to be diplomatic in my approach, but the ground will find him with radicalism. They are not going to play with him and his team. So I want to assist him here that they must make sure, first and foremost, before they go to the ground, the bill itself must be translated in Afrikaans. Also, his team must make also sure that they understand the complexities of the Khoi-San. If they want to meet with us so we can guide them separately in a recorded meeting for the PC to know what was discussed in that meeting, let us do it. We are available. We want to assist him. So at the end of the day, Mr. Kula and his team, him representing his team, they don't understand the complexities of the Khoi-San. They don't even know where they live. He never even mentioned Western Cape or the Eastern Cape. And I'm saying it with due respect, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think your point has been well made, and Mr. Kula is going to take that into account. We've got 48 hours to make the submissions. We've also then going to start commenting on it and making proposals so that we can refine the areas where we think it's best for us to go and get public hearings. Thank you very much. Honorable Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Van Wyk has covered me in most of the points that I wanted to make. But my main point here was that he was going extremely fast, Mr. Kula, and we could not, I couldn't even write down anything that he said, so I still don't know where the proposal is to go. So I support you in the view that I think 48 hours is a bit lenient. I think that can actually reach us within 24 hours, because he was obviously reading from something, but obviously having to rework that list and really look into where these communities are affected. We must also remember, Chairperson, that this bill was unconstitutional, found unconstitutional because of public participation that was lacking the previous round. So with that, I think we need to really be very sure that the people that will, the officials from Parliament that will go do the public education on this bill 3 weeks ahead of time, and I actually agree with the 3 weeks ahead of time, not the 2 weeks as standard, is that those people need to speak Afrikaans, because we must remember that English might be a second or third language to the people that this bill is actually speaking to most. So I really want to implore that we as a committee will have the satisfaction that there will be Afrikaans people, mostly or 50% at least of the officials that goes out to the public participation must be able to fluently converse in Afrikaans. And then, Chairperson, I also would like if Mr. Kula could, with that proposal of where we would be visiting, if he could also share the public hearing compliance checklist with us so that we can have a look at that as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Your point is well made. Mr. Kula can hear that. Now, we also want you to, when you do this proposal, Mr. Kula, you must attach the list of previous areas where the public hearings were held, including the numbers of people who attended, and if you can, also the language that was predominantly used for that particular conversation. Put that as part of the background and or an attachment, and then give us this going forward, where we're going and which community we're targeting, what language, what numbers. Once you put all of that, it then helps us. Then, of course, the issue of the checklist, what needs to be that needs to be included as well in that. Okay, then let's get back then to the other members. Any other comments that you wish to make, honorable members? 48 hours, I'm being very lenient to you because we wanted to not to come back and say you forgot that Western Cape has got such communities. So let's, and by the way, the point I made about traditional and rural, you just remember, we don't have to, you can't keep it all just completely rural, especially when it comes to the Khoi-San communities, because a lot of them are also in urban settings. But that's fine. Any other comments, honorable members? Okay, so I think we have our issues quite clear. Legal side, anything else?
No, Chairperson. Thank you so much. I just forgot to mention that I am with our graduate trainee, Lihlohonolo. He's also in the meeting, so we'll be working together in this committee to assist the committee with the processing of the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Can he or she show herself or himself on the screen?
I'm sure he can hear you, Chair. I'm sure he will right now.
Okay. We're waiting. Very shy. You don't have shy lawyers, eh? You shouldn't be
We can,
that shy.
I think let's move on, Chair. I will just
No,
message
no,
him.
no,
Oh,
no,
there
no.
he is.
You
There he
must.
is. Thank you.
Hi. Give us your name and then, no, you're going to address us. Greet us. Don't disappear. We want to hear your
Good
greeting.
afternoon, Chair.
Yes, now greet with a video.
Good
There you are.
afternoon, Chair, and
There you are.
everyone
Proceed.
in the committee. Thank you for this opportunity. I have learned quite a lot, and I can see you are very informed, Chair, and I would like
I'm
to.
not a lawyer.
Yes, I know that you're not a lawyer, sir. Well, thank you for this opportunity. I am Letoonolo Ramaroka, a graduate trainee from Parliament. I'll be working alongside Ms. Mpigashi on this bill.
Okay. How's your Afrikaans?
Not good, sir.
Okay, I would suggest you try. So by the time we're done with this, you don't only learn public participation and legal legislative processes, but also Afrikaans. It will help you quite a lot. You can find a lot of clients in the process. Okay, thank you very much. We just want to welcome you to the team. Thank you. And so, honorable members, do you have any other issues? In the meantime, Shirin, please put up your agenda on the screen. The Director General, your parting words.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, for the engagement, the guidance. I think that maybe Dr. Kula, if his team wants to touch base with us on the issues relating to the districts, you should feel free to do so. I noticed that even just when you talk about traditional leadership itself, before you even talk about Khoi-San, that if in the Free State you're going to limit yourself to Kwakwa, you are already leaving out Tabanchu, for example, where Khosi Bokhosi Khapuilelo Moroka, where her jurisdiction is, and other traditional leaders. And I think the same applies to the way I had the districts being mentioned about Mpumalanga. I think that maybe it would be useful just to touch base with us as well, just so that we can then just advise on areas that might have fallen on the blind spot of the identification of districts for public participation. But other than that, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, thank you very much for your guidance provided in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Could I also request that you favor Mr. Kula with the list of where your public participation processes happened this time around as we were working on this bill and in the previous one? Put that up so that we have a full background of this before we even consider where to go. It will be very, very helpful. And your advice or offer to work with him very closely, we would like you to make good on that so that we can at least close the gaps. This bill was struck down on the simple issue of community participation. This time around, there's going to be a lot of fight about that. Even if you think you've done adequately, there'll be people who will feel that there are many enough that they should have been listened to. And so the approach on public participation this time must also take into account some of the work that the department did in trying to reach out to the Khoi-San communities so that there are basic things that shouldn't be a problem for us. A lot of the people who have been part of the summit should have been reached by the time we're done with this bill. They must have been there once or several times. They must have been there, because if you can prove that they were actually not even contacted, you don't need the court to rule against us. You must just know that we have not done it properly. So I think your suggestions are going to be very important in terms of working closely with the public participation team. Just sharing the information, I think, is important. Then, of course, the parliamentary process, we don't have to be beholden to your processes, but it's important to take into account what you already did so that we can see where the gaps are and close this issue at that level. Thank you. Therefore, I would then like to excuse you, the whole team of DTA, with the entirety of the delegation, together with the parliamentary team, the legal team, the public participation team. You are all at this point, you are all excused. And so we will proceed now as a committee. Only the committee members must stay. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day. Sherin, give us
Thank you,
your...
Chair.
Welcome.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Sherin, please put the program for the committee. All right, take us through, just walk us through quickly. Let me see. We are on the 12th. Next week, Portfolio Committee, Security Joint Committee meeting. That's still going to be decided whether it's physical or not. Then the Wednesday, we have the debates on our votes. That again is not optional. Then the following week, CRL Rights Commission. Now, what is missing is a meeting with the religious leaders. We don't want... Yes.
Chairperson, There is the 22nd, Friday the 22nd of May that we can use. It is the budget votes for National Treasury on the day. So I was thinking that we can make application to use Friday the 22nd to have a meeting with the religious leaders chairperson. If that is okay with members, then we can look at that date.
Honorable Francel, why are you saying no to Friday?
Chairperson, unless it's virtual, it becomes a bit challenging for me. Thank you.
Yes, but if we're under pressure, we have to get this thing done. Is there any other adjustments that you can look at? Van Wyk?
Chairperson, please excuse me if I can be out of order or out of line again.
Yes, here.
But
I'll
this
stop you if I
thing,
think it's too much.
okay, but this thing of the CRL commission will keep on appearing before us as a portfolio committee, and we address the issues of religious leaders. I support that one. But once we are done with the CRL commission, can't we excuse the religious leaders and also fit in the presentation of Afrikaans hip-hop on national radio stations? So I can present it, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
No, you're not out of order. So prepare your presentation. We'll put it on the same meeting with the CRL. Does it need CRL or does it need just us? I don't know much about hip hop.
I will send you some songs, Chairperson, for you to enjoy in your Mercedes-Benz computer.
Looks like you're inviting me to a disco. I want to know what do we discuss about it?
Chairperson, the fact of the matter is South Africa was built on reconciliation. That was the center of the transition.
No, I'm
But
sorry. Let me ask you differently. Do you want us to put it up with the CRL commission, or you want us just the committee alone?
I want the CRL commission with the committee on the 26th of May, after we are done with the religious leaders and we have excused them, so I can do the presentation to the CRL commission with my colleagues of the PC.
Yeah, that's fine. Then you can, in the meantime, share us the the song, so we can start familiarizing ourselves with the rhythm. But let's then get your presentation. Show me the presentation, what you want to raise about it. We'll put it on the agenda and send it to the CRL beforehand, so they don't waste time to say they have never heard of this music before.
Salute, Chairperson Ospaizane. Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's back to the question. Honorable Sompa, I didn't call you before. I'm sorry. I hope I really didn't offend you. My apologies before you start scolding me. Honorable Sompa.
Greetings to the members of the committee. I just want to question President next week. I won't be available, if possible, if there is a possibility that I'll be going oversight with the committee of electors. Thanks.
Okay. Can't you give them a pass and give us the attention? You know, it's okay. We note though, Honorable Francel, we note your concern for the Friday. We will still have to check. Shirin, it may be possible to have this meeting on a virtual platform. Maybe the next one might need physical, but this one, it should be possible. So can you work on that, and let's see, so we can get as many members as possible on the 26th?
Yes.
No, sorry, what date is this? Friday?
Friday is the 22nd, Chairperson, and yes, we will work on it. Being virtual, we'll make the application like that. Thank you, Chair.
Just wait a bit. So the CRL rights is 26.
Yes, Chairperson. So we'll first then meet with the other church group leaders, and then on the 26th with the CRL Commission. And the Commission did request that we have the meeting physically with them. It will be the Commission and the members of the Section 22 Committee.
Okay, look, let's work on it. Can the committee give us space? It would have been best to start with the CRL Commission, but if it's not possible, we might then have to have the other members before. It would have been best if it was the other way around. Let's say to the honorable members, we need to find a way. We'll give you what we think will ultimately work, but we will have to consider the Fridays. We need to try and push this thing to happen. And let's see what is possible. Okay, so we don't sit here and discuss the minutiae of the program. Let's just say we need to make these meetings fairly quickly. We'll meet the churches before the end of May. We'll meet the CRL as soon as possible. And then we will include the hip hop issue in there. And then the details we will come back to the members. For now, we're still covered for what's coming on next week. So we'll clean this up and then come back to the honorable members afterwards. Can we agree to that?
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Ndolo. And thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Van Veek. Right, honorable members, any other issues that might have been left out? Can we round this meeting to an adjournment? All right. Therefore, at this point, honorable members, we conclude the business of the day, and this meeting is adjourned. Have a lovely day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye,
Cheers.
Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.